Hello, and welcome. It is time for farming. Oops, it's not looking at the game again. There it is. There's always one step I'll forget somewhere. But hello, welcome. Last time, on Etrian Odyssey 3, we made it to the underwater city. And thus, also, the lava caverns, which is what Stratum 3 is apparently. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't lava caverns for some reason. I've done... Hello. Thank you for petting Calico. I don't know why I said hello, but I did just the tiniest amount of grinding off camera because I quickly realized that I didn't have the means to make as much money as I needed, so I only made enough to buy one knife, and also everyone has gained one level. Presumably we will find better sources of income in the lava caves, the molten caves. Last time, we also unlocked subclasses. I don't know if I've distributed my points wisely, as I said repeatedly. But I do know, first of all, Jackie just instant-killed something since she now has a point in beheading. But I do know that damage tiles are completely non-threatening to me because I regenerate 10 HP per step due to sovereign abilities that I have. Technically, they do an initial 10 damage, and then they prevent other on-step healing by negating it. So they're not like a complete lack of threat, but they're like mostly not threatening. Oh, it just says killed. I didn't notice the instant death text prior to that, but it just says killed. The rat, oh, it happened again. She has 1 point in beheading, and she instant killed 2 things in the fight that had 2 things in it. Like, we don't get data on a percentage chance or anything, because it's influenced by luck, I assume. But normal attacks may be fatal blows, and I can get 9 more points in this. She's already gotten 3 beheading procs in like 3 fights with 1 point. That's ridiculous. And she's making that same face the entire time. That one. And presumably she's beheading them. Well, she has a knife equipped, but she's also holding something that is conspicuously more blunt object shaped than knife shaped. Honestly, I still don't know what this implement she's holding is. Other than some sort of improvised club. It can't just be a club. You don't... It's not like a rolling pin either. It's missing one of the portions of a... Oh. At a gushing fountain of magma, a sudden thundering noise above you stops you in your tracks. Jackie reflexively looks up and sees a bevy of stones falling on your position. On instinct, Jackie shoves the rest of the party out of the way before taking shelter. The deafening crashes nearby cause you to cringe in spite of yourselves. But thankfully no one seems to have been injured. You praise Jackie's quick thinking. Statements that you never expect to hear. And compose yourselves before returning to your journey. This must be her ninja training at work. Rocks fall, but nobody dies. Surprise reveal that Jackie is extremely competent. Right. Just to be petty, I was changing all of the lava tiles to be yellow instead of red. Because I am not threatened by them. And I'm using red to denote FOEs, paths. Which does mean that we're close to one. Yeah? Hey, look at this regular Stegosaurus. Stegosaurus. No qualifiers. No extra descriptive elements. That's just a Stegosaurus. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about its horrific maw. I'm a little worried about its horrific maw, to be honest. Right, Lambert doesn't do anything. Oh. I don't know what I expected. Killed the Stegosaurus. Yeah, alright. Normal. Jackie is actually, like, extremely competent and dangerous, it turns out. Now that she's learned what ninjas are. So this is a prank that this is a prank hallway where you go to get burned by lava. Oh, actually it does go somewhere though, so it's not entirely a prank. Is that a one-way? It is a one-way. Alright. So it's mostly a prank. I have to continue my petty denial of lava. Now, is this also a prank? Yes. What if the Great Lynx was on fire? What then, genius? Well, it wouldn't be that bad, apparently. Burning fur. Aha. There's a secret. I'm learning that shapes like this on the map means there's secrets in the middle of them. What if the Great Lynx had a flamethrower? Formaldehyde is something I still haven't gotten too much use out of. Also, hello, welcome. Jack boots? Jackie's boots? For Jackie? For Jackie specifically? Oh, they're not good, they're worse. They're worse than what I have. I mean, they have HP and TP on them, and someone will be able to get use out of these, but they're worse for her. You can have these. Killed the egg! Killed the lynx! Jackie, chill! Jackie, how many times do I have to remind you that I've invested 1 point into your instant kill passive? This is Fire Emblem Echoes crits all over again. Just imagine when she has even more points in the passive. The main problem with auto battle is that people don't focus a target, is what I'm realizing. Also, that's like notably a slightly different animation and text from the instant death on a knife. Oh, hi. You know what? That makes sense. I should have expected that. Because the knife also, like, inverted the colors on the thing that it instant killed. I see. I'm in a position to easily get... Okay, the thing doesn't pursue me around a corner. I do not recall what this enemy is exactly. But whatever it is, it doesn't pursue me around corners. However, there's another one immediately right here. It's so funny that the lava doesn't matter. It is an FOE. I know that much. That's true. Is it gonna turn around immediately? Yes. Right, it's you. It's Worm. That's right, it's Worm. And I can't do damage to you. Well, okay, Jackie can. You're highly resistant to blunt damage. But Jackie, as the one who has bought a knife recently, is able to damage you. I intend to get a knife for everybody. What if there were 2 cats that were on fire? Oh, what if there was what if there were 0 cats that were on fire? I got a conditional. I feel like the FOEs probably are immune to beheading, if I had to guess. It's possible that there's like at least one that has the quirk of not being immune to it. Okay, whenever you specifically find a crevice that is marked as impassable from this side, that means seemingly that it's a two-way shortcut. Because you cannot examine the shortcuts that only go in one direction from the other side. So we can at least infer that somewhat. So enemies do more damage, which makes sense. Jackie, please. I mean, Jackie beheaded an egg already, which are notably like a single 3D shape. I mean, you could argue that depending on the stage of development of the creature within the egg, that there could be a head to dispose of. However, it doesn't seem like... It seems like it is merely a name for the ability and not like a requirement. Also consider that we have like bound the legs of a whale, whatever that means. So like anything is possible in this world. That's what I believe. As you make your way through the scorching cavern, you see a mysterious tree shining dimly. You remember the request you accepted to bring a shining branch for a rich girl. The branch she wants must be from this strange tree before you. You can try to break off one of the branches to bring back for her. You reach out to the shining blue branch and carefully break it off at its base. Curiously, the branch still shines even after being broken off. You wrap it up carefully. You've now completed Belle's request. All you need to do is return to the bar. You silently give thanks to the tree before leaving this place. Okay, so the Stegosaurus is capable of appearing in fights with more than one enemy at this point already. Yeah, exactly. They're very respectful. Now, I still don't know what the Stegosaurus can do on account of it got killed instantly. So I'm going to respect it a little bit. Okay, it did like an attack that hit 2 people, I think. Or attempted to hit 2 people. It does a sizable amount of damage, but like only a little bit more than the other enemies that attack on this floor. Oh, the way I distributed the points for the other people, besides giving Jackie 1 beheading when they all got a level, the rest of the sovereigns started investing in the heal the party if you're at full health at the end of a turn, because I feel like they should all have that. And, well, okay, I don't really need to respect the Stegosaurus, unfortunately. And, Ramsey got the remaining, a point in the remaining elemental guard move. Yeah, you know, Jackie got 1 point of beheading. That's what happened. She's going to get more and become more and more frightening to behold.
Things the Stegosaurus does: an incomplete list, basic attacks, get beheaded, look normal.
Seems to be true. You know, honestly, I can probably just ignore the egg too, because the egg does not do much either. The egg wiggles and sometimes, like, wiggles aggressively. The Stegosaurus seems to be quite sleepy. Yeah. Weak to sleepy. An herbivore saurian with a unique dorsal fin. It's cowardly, but uses its fin to attack when angry. Well, it looks like it's quite angry. So, you know. Alright, leveling. Time for Jackie to get even better at instant death. And Ramsey... It could still be valuable to give Ramsey access to spears. So maybe like 1 point of this. I don't think the attacks will ever be particularly good. You can have 1 point in spear. Just so that you can equip them. And also, while we're at it, Put Lambert in the front, since Lambert can only attack and needs to be in the front. Speaking of Lambert, more Royal Veil, might as well. And Amanita, also Royal Veil. We'll see if how much Royal Veil is overkill eventually, maybe. But it seems quite helpful to have a lot of it. The only problem with Lambert being in the front is that he is the #1 source of Royal Veil at this time. And thus, well, if he gets hit, it stops happening, so. It still feels amusingly petty to paint over all of the lava tiles because they're not threatening to me. I'm being pursued by a worm again. This will happen from time to time. I need to have the worm pursue me more, in fact. Ah. My inventory is full. Well, I can get back to this point pretty quickly. Let's use the magnetic pole. Bone shield. Flame book. A spade? That sounds like a farming tool to me. How interesting. Look, there's a new farmer exclusive weapon and it's even better than the knife that I bought. 61, 78. It's farm time. And that means the kunai is passed down. And we can sell one stalk cutter. In this. And what does the spade? It takes eggshell pieces. So does this. Alright, what do we want to put on the spade? Is also a question. So I need to destroy many eggs in order to become powerful. Let's hold off for a second. Go back to Armor Road. And turn in that one quest. Yeah, because that does give a forge option. I thought one of them that I had did. Welcome back! How did it going? Oh, so it really exists? So this is what she was talking about. So shiny. I'm sure this will make Belle happy. Maybe a night on a flying horse will come for her. I doubt he'd be able to take her away, though. I mean, Belle's lived such a sheltered life that she weighs as much as a bell tower. Oh no. She'll probably have to lose some weight before she can even get out of her room. Oh dear. Please, not this sort of humor. Well, this is definitely what she asked for. Here's your reward. Such is the nature of a game from years ago, I suppose. Yeah, sorry about that one. Well. I could go all in on, like, affinities suddenly. Or have, like, poison and then 2... Well, I don't have any money anymore, so it doesn't really matter. And on that note, it's time to get a little bit of money. At least, like, fat-shaming quote-unquote humor is unlikely to continue to show up in this game. Wish it didn't happen at all, but, you know. Oh, Rusula died somehow. Yeah. I don't... Oh, wait, I have Slap Awake, I think. Wait, no, did I? I don't have that anymore, because I didn't invest in that. Because I have new skill trees. I don't need it. I also don't need to spend healing items outside of combat. Because walking around makes everyone feel better. You may have heard, just walk it off before, and it's never been true until now. It's never been a real solution until this very moment. Also, it's funny that I gave Ramsey access to spears, and then immediately a farmer-specific quote-unquote spear became available. I think that would mean that it's slightly better when Ramsey swings it, because of the farming nature of the weapon. Which is funny if true. I'd like to continue further in the labyrinth. We'll get back to the ocean eventually, I think. Okay, so it doesn't take us to the pole, but we have a teleport directly to it anyway, so it doesn't particularly matter. Hello. Goodbye. Right, that makes sense. It's another loop. Healing passively in between fights is incredible. Especially when I don't really need to do anything in fights except auto attack unless someone gets focused on more than expected. I can see why people were saying it would probably be overkill to have a bunch of people with the in-between fight healing. Like, As you proceed through the scorching depths, you spy a giant ant ahead of you. It doesn't seem to have noticed you. Its antennae wave as if in search of something. You remember the request you agreed to do concerning the fruit that the ants like. This ant might be in search of that fruit right now. You can follow the ant if you wish. Show me the fruit. That's the wrong color. It's a little bit too dismissive of the lava. I have to keep on that ant's trail. I don't have time for fighting. Only time for looking at an ant. As you carefully watch the ant, it begins to frantically circle around one large tree. Could there be something in this tree? You take a step closer to get a good look. The ant notices you. It advances, clicking its mandibles threateningly. As you hurriedly draw your weapons, the enraged ant attacks. Oh, that's a much smaller ant than I expected. That's just a little guy. Ant. I will respect the ant, but it's still just a little guy type of ant. Stinky acid. My evasion, I do actually use that, I think. Jackie missed. Okay, still not the most threatening ant in the world. Can be put to sleep.
Hey, come on, I'm a little guy, just a little guy. No, it's also my birthday, I'm a little birthday boy.
The ant is saying this. The ant is about to perish. This was a fake FOE. You approach the tree the ant was circling and see silver-colored fruit in its boughs. These beautiful silver fruit must be the Pomona fruit the client was asking for. Jackie climbs up the tree and begins picking all the fruit in reach. Suddenly, Jackie notices something and yells down to the rest of the party. It seems that more ants carrying Pomona fruit are moving on the path ahead. You can take the fruit you have now back to the bar or pursue the ants for more. More fruit! I do not fear you. Perish. You know what? That makes sense. Perish any... One of them got instant killed. That's how fake of FOEs they are. That ant got obliterated. Unless that was like a real quote-unquote FOE that was in fact vulnerable to instant death. Which would be wild. Oh, ow, okay. We must collect all of the silver fruit. It will increase the lifespan of the monsters on our ranch when we give it to them, so it's pretty important. I'm assuming ant. That's a worm! That's not an ant! Those are quite different, in fact. This must be an ant, though. No, that's also a worm. Okay. I see. Alright. So I guess the tree's this way, then. The ant you were following suddenly disappears from view because you killed it. You search the area, but the ant is nowhere to be seen and you can't track it. Could there be a hidden passage somewhere around here? Still, your current goal isn't to defeat the ants, so you decide to leave quickly. You can't tell me what my current goal is with regard to the defeat of ants. Oh, well, here's a take spot. Flame fruit. Scarlet Sage. Surprise Stegosaurus. Surprise Stegosaurus is my favorite Mega Man X Maverick. Strawberry. Alright, so there's allegedly, potentially, a secret passage around here somewhere. But also, perhaps more concerningly, worm. Okay. So I can't... This worm is very in the way. Like, exceptionally so. Okay, I can do that. Well, here's a door. I don't think this counts as a secret passage. Probably? As you walk through the cavern's narrow paths, you stop, hearing a faint sound of water ahead. The cool sounds are too appealing to ignore as you venture through this unearthly heat. You're sorely tempted to search for the source of the sounds. You look around and notice a few places where water may be flowing from. One is a small hole on a mossy rock at your feet. Another is upwards inside a crack in the wall above you. A third possibility is the large rock a few steps ahead, which may be blocking a spring. After narrowing the possibilities to these three areas, you ponder your next move. Move the rock. The entire party works as one to move the rock to the side. Unfortunately, all your hard work went for naught. There's only a wall behind the rock. Check the crack in the wall. Lambert puts aside the party's bags to climb the wall towards the crack. But just as Lambert looks inside, a swarm of bats fly out. The black shadows fly away, but the shocked Lambert slips and falls from the wall. Lambert loses 30 HP. Okay, fine. You brush off the moss to find that the hole is large enough for you to put both hands inside. You scoop surprisingly cool and refreshing water from the spring inside the hole. Everyone recovers 50 HP. It's fine. If you ever fall off of a wall, just drink some water. And it'll be okay. Apparently. The Almanac Guild does not have any medical professionals in it. Do not rely on them for medical advice. And we have the stairs down. Okay, so there's supposed to be some sort of secret passage somewhere. Oh. It's still funny. That is undoubtedly worm. I accidentally marked some of the worm locations. Doctors are in 1, 2, 4, arguably 5, and Nexus, but not this one. In this one, the healer is the monk. I don't see a location for a tree to appear. Wait. Unless it's like in a very specific dead end behind one of the worms. But we don't have the means to combat the worms at this time. Not in any reliable way. There is like a path up there, but I think there was also a worm. No. Hello. It's true, the molten caves aren't particularly dangerous as of right now. We're looking for a hidden path that the game suggested existed that might contain fruit that ants wanted. Also, Jackie can instant kill things now, and it has a ridiculous rate of working, even at like 2 points, even at 1 point. Where is the secret passage with the cool tree in it that everyone craves? Egg. We also unlocked a new farmer weapon, which I hope to eventually outfit everyone with, but we need a lot more money. Well, I need these. I don't know what the ants were after. But here's another dead end. Or is it? Okay, that's a shortcut. Well, we're allowed to complete the quest as is. And I suspect that the secret passage might be behind some death worms somewhere or something, so that's probably good enough. There was also a single unfortunate fat joke in one of the quest results, and I hope the game does not have more of those. Welcoming. Did you acquire that rarest of foodstuffs? So this is one of those. It's hard and has no particular odor. Anyway, I'll be sure to deliver it to Espierre. Thank you for your hard working once more. Here's the reward. Well, I'm hoping we get to work together again. You know, I forgot to consider that my inventory was full when accepting a quest reward. And now Jackie is going to get even better at destroying creatures. I will get 10 points in this, and it will activate way too often, probably. Everyone else, continue getting more Royal Veil, please. Except for you, you got... What do I even focus on for you, I wonder? Do I want parry and magic parry? I feel like provoke is unwise. And I'm not really feeling like Hoplite is that useful so far. truthfully. Like, Line Guard relies on you anticipating an enemy's move, which is rarely feasible, I find. I assume that these are also that, but like in a way that's relatively slightly more feasible. I guess just the elemental walls and line guard. In no particular order. And Ramsey might actually have to be in the front if I get enough line guard. And more Royal Veil for you. Everyone who has Royal Veil is going to have 10 Royal Veil. That's what I've decided. Hey, why has this got a big red exclamation point on it? Is it just because it's like super cool? That doesn't mean it's like a quest item, does it? I don't have a quest asking for that. I don't believe. Wait, I never talked to the person in the inn. Hold on. Huh? The request from the Butterfly Bistro? Oh, you accepted it? Thank you. I got another letter replying to the one you helped me write, but it isn't good. A disease called the Green Death, where plants grow in people's bodies, is killing Ellie's town. What, from Advance Wars Days of Ruin? The most unexpected crossover? My sister's a doctor, but she doesn't know how to cure it either. Okay, this is what the quest item's for. Please find somebody who knows how to treat the Green Death. You're explorers, you can ask people around the city and find a cure for it. Look. It tried to... Nope. It tried to scroll back around to the... Oh, I can buy it. Wait, I can buy Row Heal now? I mean, I don't really need that at this point because I got Sovereign, but... Ah, welcome. What can I help you with today? What? You're looking for medicine? Yes, I have some all-purpose healing salve for adventures. Let me go get it. Oh, that's not what you need? Let me guess, you want a cure for the Green Death? I can tell by your faces that I'm right. That boy from the inn came by looking for one. Unfortunately, I don't carry anything like that. Nobody knows how it's caused, right? Still, there are places with more advanced technology than Armorode. Try there. Welcome back, everyone. Will you be resting for today? Wait, Green Death? I've heard of it before. It's a terrible parasite that feeds on human bodies as it kills them. Amarode's current technology must be incapable of curing it, but there is a way. I've heard that a rare herb called Scarlet Sage can be taken from the third stratum. Very kind of them to mark that as a quest item before I'd actually gotten to the point of the quest where they tell you that it's a quest item. Especially because I forgot to even do this quest. If you can bring me some of that Scarlet Sage, I can make a remedy for you. Have you obtained it? Please hand it over at once. Thank you. I'll begin preparing the medication right now. Please wait here for a while. Sorry for the wait, everyone. The remedy is ready. This will help those who are suffering from that disease. No, you don't need to repay me. My orders from the Abyssal King are to help people. Please make sure this medicine gets to those in need. Apparently, yeah. Oh, have you managed to find a cure for that disease? You found the remedy? Thank you so much. I'm gonna send this to Ellie right now. I've left the reward at the bar. Please get it there. You've been a great big help once again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Still haven't found that weird place on the 5th floor. You did it. I heard you found a cure and gave it to that kid. You're all fantastic. All of you, even you. You can beat anything in the world, from the biggest monster to the smallest microbe. Here's the reward the kid left for you. Thank you so much. Yeah, hopefully it doesn't take too long to reach the destination, I guess. Sounds a little bit like a risky idea. Alright, so we can't afford to buy more spades, but we can forge the spade, I suppose. You know, I could technically put every element on something, but I think that would be basically pointless. But I'm arbitrarily making this a poison ice spade. Well, it's time to go get more money. I'm considering putting 1 point into harvest for everybody who hasn't maxed it, so I can have 9 total harvests again. But also my inventory space is already like full of healing items and whatnot. So I don't have the space to harvest that much. I suppose I could cut down on the amount of healing items that I have and prioritize like MP healing items due to what my party can now do. I guess given that the sea has like consistently mappable currents, you could theoretically find a consistent and unchanging route to throw letters into to make sure they get somewhere. Which maybe they did entirely by coincidence. But yeah, also, like, clearly at this point, I probably should have been able to find the place on floor 5 that is a quest. Really? I probably don't need this many Medicatus. Not anymore. I should instead buy Amrita's more. No, that's more expensive. Honestly, I don't even really need to use the inn either. Wait. This is a different theme because we're here during the nighttime, I think. I don't know if I'd observed the nighttime Deep City music before. Alright, we know where the staircase down is. So let's just go ahead and go. Honestly, I should have done that so I could pick up any more quests that might have appeared. Jackie will never stop killing. Fire a walk of fortitude. I will continue to be petty and mark the lava as only yellow amounts of danger. There's a lot of lava around here, huh? Oh, a mushroom. Evil cry! Oh dear. Trip mushroom. Well, that's straight to the point. Oh god, I just realized that a panicked Jackie can probably instant kill the other party members, right? I had not considered this until this very moment. So this is the wide open floor. That's the gimmick of this one. If I have 3 people with maximum Royal Veil, I don't think I will ever need to, like, not auto-fire in basic encounters. Well, that's not entirely true. Things will get much more dangerous over time. It'll be very funny to switch to, like, any other game and not have all of the nonsense that's going on here. While allegedly, in some cases, having a party that is supposedly more reasonable than this one. Though not in most cases, because of, you know, considering what I'm planning. For the most part. Hold on, I have to map every possible lava tile I can step into. Oh. Priscilla died somehow. Hold on. Okay, so there's like a door over there. I honestly am not sure if putting 1 poison on things is worth it either. Okay, yeah, I didn't mark the stairs back up. Like, poison is probably useful to have, but also I could just have more damage. If I really wanted to go damage, or like more of other status ailments. Poison is landing a lot right after I was saying I was unsure about it. Wait, what was that? Oh, this is a chopping point. I thought it was a shortcut. Pagoda branch. Oh hey, it's Ant. I will respect the ants slightly, on account of they were allegedly FOEs a second ago. Some of them. And this is an ambush, so... Yeah, discovering all the new gathering materials is neat. Okay, they have a group defense buff. Which doesn't matter if you die instantly. Oops. Oh. Hello, cave elephant with human teeth. I have concerns.
What is this?
Great question. Great question, Barry. My defense, I was just increasing that a second ago. Okay, so it nullified the guard order on those who had it. Meaning I can nullify it. Oh, never mind. Jackie!
To the stars. What's under the mask? Remember that we once lived. Sickness must be purged.
Destroy!
What's under the mask, remember that we once lived, is actually a cohesive set of things, considering Asians. And then there was another Final Fantasy XIV line after that. FOE. That's many of them. That is not a low number of them. Do they move? No. Seemingly not. Presumably they will chase you if you enter their line of sight. Jackie may or may not holler something of that sort. I am not sure. You know, it'd be really funny if these FOEs were completely stationary except for when you were in fights and then they chased you. I forget if that's an existing FOE behavior in the series, but I think it'd be very funny if it was. Hello? Oh, you simply don't move? Ever? I find your behavior suspicious, and I must know more. Dragon, huh? Okay. You know what? There were dragon eggs. This makes sense. Sorry for bothering you, ma'am. For now. For now, I'm sorry, but later, perhaps not. Presumably, the obstacle here is simply to find your way around the room through the fire that I don't care about at all. And there may be some sort of event that activates the dragons. There may be a dragon standing directly in front of a box that I would like to have. Power hammer? I'm not so certain if there's a puzzle here yet, if there will be, or if there simply is not. However, this dragon is directly in the way of an item that I would like to obtain. I suppose I could attempt the fight. What's the worst that could happen? I mean, I know exactly what the worst that could happen is, but will it happen? Now that's the question. I mean, you do big hits, but you haven't done anything else yet. I assume you're going to utilize some sort of devastating breath weapon eventually. Considering, you know, dragon and all. Blast assault! Yeah, I'll count that as devastating breath weapon, I think. Even so, that's not like too terrible, all things considered. Now, if you ever decide to use this, like, multiple turns in a row, then we've got an issue. But as of right now, it doesn't seem like you're doing that, so... Also, I might not have enough Medica 2s for this in reality. I did just say I probably didn't need those anymore. So that's a little bit my bad. Okay, you're doing it again. You can miss with that. I guess I probably didn't need to use the medicas if I was using limit breaks as much. Oh, you have a new trick. You do have another thing that you do. That's fair. That's fair. You have another thing that you do, which is make everybody super sleepy. You can be super sleepy. Uh-huh. That simply means I can heal. I wonder if that... I need to see how long that lasts. I suspect it is temporary. But if Blast Breath or whatever is fire, then I do have an effective option. You're not asleep anymore. This won't heal me because Ramsey did it. He was the only one with it accessible. Hey, that is the correct defense against that. For what it's worth. Actually, You can heal the same amount for doing your cheaper order. As can you. I'm seeing the value of Hoplite now. I've learned it. It is. It is certainly a risky situation. I can't disagree with that. Got him! Never stand between farm team and their treasure chests. What is it? Smart hammer. This hammer's gonna make me so smart. Alright, time to get out of here. Elephant gun. Guten Tag. Spear thrower. A lot of things, actually. Alright, hold on. There is a knife present that is even stronger than the spade, though we are unlikely to be able to use it for a while, because I don't know what a rending fin is. It does say in the description, it uses the tusks of dreadful labyrinth elephants. It's a gun made of elephant. Not a gun for elephant. So it would seem. Okay, so having 1 point in spear is probably worthwhile when we can get at least one person a substantially better weapon. Gun is for B. You know, B, the class. My brain is blanking on what that means. Statue finger. Okay, we got gloves with 18 defense. Not as powerful as the pauldrons that we will never be able to afford, and we can buy jackboots now after we found some. Still don't know what a gray shield is. Okay, yeah. So we now have access to strength and tech. Though I don't know if those are super useful. Let's take a nap. Buccaneer, that's who uses guns. It's the pirates. I had to double check. I didn't remember what class that was. Any new quest? Yes. It seems there's a hidden hot spring with it sourced in the lava caverns. Are you accepting this request? It was made by Audie, a geologist in the city. Did you know Amarod is famous for its hot springs? Audie wants you to research them. He has a theory that the hot spring's source is in the lava area of the labyrinth. Audie suspects you can find the source on the 10th floor. He wants you to go find it for him. There might be more than one hot spring source. Try looking for them all if you can. We'll be counting on you to get this done. Go forth, explorers! Ask about the egg. A round eggshell from a dragon egg. You gotta avoid breaking its shell. I don't know what that means. Red iron scale from a Rattle Nozuchi with a volt attack. Maybe. And the flame claw that I've been getting, it's a flame and a claw. What more could a man want? If you kill the flame links quickly, oh, well, yeah, instantly is pretty fast. Those eggs hatch into dragon pups. I haven't seen this occur. Also, I just defeated one of the dragon parents. So I guess all the dragon mothers in that room, like you encounter the eggs and they start to hatch on that floor, and the FOEs can charge forward if you're fighting their eggs or something. That would be my best guess. Anyway, I can also buy a paralyzed gas. I do need some of these. I forgot to check accessories. I could get 5 infusions worth of more luck if I wanted. Or the Brilliance Orb! I assume the Brilliance Orb is like tech boost or something. So the one gathering spot we know of on this floor is hidden behind Worm Nightmare a little bit. But there's a much more accessible gathering point on this floor. I need a lot of money. And eggshell pieces. I've yet to... Oh. No, that makes sense. I've yet to see eggs appear on this floor, I think. Despite what I just theorized. So I might need to fight a bunch of eggs on the previous floor in order to collect eggshells. They turned to face me. They're turning around, though they're not actually chasing after me. Well, I should probably not auto battle just so I can at least focus fire on anything ever. Wait, did I use the wrong item on Jackie? I did. I used like an Amrita or something. Ma'am, this is not egg. What are you... Ma'am? Ma'am, I no longer understand the conditions behind your actions. You weren't doing anything like at all before. So just run from every fight then. I can do that. Actually, I want to like... I really want... egg. Once I've outfitted the party a little bit more, I should try to fight the worms on this level. I forgot to invest skill points. Beheading 4. Lambert, you can start getting reinforce. Royal Veil. Well, Firewall. Let's prioritize Firewall for right now. I think that sounds like a good idea. Royal Veil. Okay. Wait, they're not turning around now. Are they asleep at night or something? Are they, like, not active during the nighttime? Elephant. Alright, elephant has to be respected. And I have no heals. No more revives, rather. Well. You must respect the elephant. I'm never going to be able to go through all these menus quickly because the correct option is never the same one on the list. These menus could have been, like, fixed up a little bit, probably. Just a bit. I guess I could just go and fight every dragon now that I know it's possible. Though I don't know if that'd be wise in particular. I guess I put enough ice on Jackie's weapon that her attack is just... Like, her attack animation is... Okay, there's actually a graphic behind that, too, and not just the ice one. But her attack is primarily ice now. Yeah, I can't just auto-battle through all this quite yet. Only when there's like one target, and it's not an elephant. Gotta be careful. Umbrella lump. Yeah, I'm noticing that the dragons are not turning to face me when it's nighttime and I enter this room. So I'm starting to think that they have a time of day situation as well. Which is interesting if true. No other FOE needs to sleep. Only Dragon Mom. Being a mother is difficult work, so I guess that makes sense. If it's only 2 Nozuchis, I can probably auto-battle that. If there's a mushroom, I need to focus that down, I think. This is an interesting floor layout. Also, I can only imagine that, like, somebody on Team Almanac is just painstakingly mapping all of the lava as they all casually just step through it without even really caring. Ramsey? Ramsey's like the serious aloof one. Or the mysterious and aloof one. Perhaps he's the one to make the map. And yeah, it does make the labyrinth feel more like a place and not just like a series of corridors. That is true. And like, if anywhere's gonna have a big open area, caves seem like a pretty likely place to have a big open area, maybe. As you continue through the cavern, a cloud of steam obscures your vision. You approach the steam and see hot water pouring from a rock. It seems to be a hot spring. You decide to sit here and investigate the spring for the request you accepted. The warm water is just the right temperature to cure your exhaustion. You write down the effects of this hot spring and its coordinates. You can go back to the bar to report in, or try finding more spring sources elsewhere. So check all of the walls then. Got it. I don't think I need to write that down necessarily. I mean, what we were looking for is the hot springs source. The hot springs do exist above, like above ground outside of the labyrinth. There was merely a geologist wondering where the source was and suspecting it was from the 10th floor. So that's what we're looking for in cataloging. It would be impractical to, like, go here for the purposes of using a hot spring. Yes. There's a non-zero possibility that one of the hot springs is in this corner and a dragon is sitting on it. Or they could be on these pillars too. I'm going to miss being able to utterly disregard blur damage in the future, I can tell. Thank you, Jackie, for your murderous efficiency. Okay. Unless that one lower left dragon sitting in a corner is blocking access to one of the hot spring locations, there are no other ones in this room. Assuming I understand the assignment. My theoretical plan, I think, for when I'm able to, like, arm everyone and infuse all of their weapons is to have, like, the 3 front row people have a weapon of each element, and then the back row people have status ailments. And, like, I guess I don't know how much I want poison or if I want a 3rd elemental infusion. I called it infusion for some reason. I think I've got Elden Ring brain a little bit still. But you know what I mean. Forge option, forging, etc. I must check every wall thoroughly. I don't think the ants do anything threatening. Okay, they make more ants appear and then boost all their defenses. Never mind. I may have to pretend to respect the ants a little bit. Just a little bit. I think that's a new, yep, that's a new item. Yeah, just a little bit of respect. Sometimes. I believe only the red ants summon allies, so the gold ants get less respect. You know, it probably would have been easier to just mark FOE places as yellow instead of, like, painting over all of the lava, but, you know, I'm committed. To whatever this bit is, if it's a bit. It would also probably be easier to map everything and then check the walls. Oh hey, the round eggshell I've heard about. Lambert will keep guard order at 1 so he has like a cheap heal. I guess one of the other sovereigns... I guess Rusula also has level 1 guard order for the cheap heal, but still. Oh, you didn't get a skill point yet, right? Because you're slightly ahead. I probably don't need more Triumphant Cry or Monarch March, so I won't get more of those. And on that note, suddenly, I'm gonna go over here, because for some reason, part of my hand is very itchy right now, and you need to attempt to resolve this problem before I become mad about it. But also, let's flip a coin. Prediction. This or that. Hello, somehow it was that again. It's always that these days. I don't know how that keeps happening. Congratulations and/or condolences. And we're back. Hello. Sometimes I wonder, maybe I should choose myself instead of flipping the coin. Maybe it's more of a prediction of what I think it should be than what the coin landed on. Perhaps that is one way to do it. That could be an option. Oh. You notice the strong smell of sulfur. You approach the source of the smell and discover a stream of hot water pouring from a boulder. You decide to sit here and investigate the spring for the request you accepted. The hot water stimulates your skin and calms your nerves. You write down the effects of the second hot spring and its coordinates. Given that that one was, in fact, in a corner, I think the other one was too. I feel like there's a even stronger possibility that this particular dragon is in the way of a cool place to be. And by that I mean a very warm place to be. I feel like a hot spring would be significantly less refreshing were you already in Danger Zone Lava Town while experiencing the effects of the hot spring water. I feel like part of the deal with hot springs is that they're meant to contrast the temperature surrounding them. Though I am by no means a hot spring expert. Oh. The egg hatched. There's a funny little fella here now who's about to get obliterated. Farewell to the funny creature. Sliced in twain. You can't stop Jackie. Look, she even sliced that one in twain before it hashed. Oh. You search for the source of the sound and discover hot water pouring from under a boulder. You dip your hand in the water and realize that this spring is far too hot to bathe in. Jackie just like Jackie literally like touching a stove. Being like, This should be more than enough. All that's left is to turn into your report at the bar. Alright, so there's only 3. We found all of the hot springs that ever existed. One of them is the way too dang hot spring. I forgot how to draw for a second. Hello, welcome. The lava caves aren't too bad so far, considering I'm like immune to the damaged floors, hence why I painted all of them yellow. I can even defeat one of the dragon FOEs, it turns out, already. Which I did because they were standing in the way of a box that I wanted to open. So we're doing alright so far. We just completed a quest asking us to find hot spring stuff. Jackie is instant killing things with her ninja power constantly. It's a little concerning at times. Alright, so better armor is known, but also still not affordable. I expected to have no money problems, given farming, but instead I have still many money problems. I will get, I think, 2,000 from turning this in, unless that was a different thing. Yeah, okay. I might get more, considering I found all of them. Welcome back! Did you find the source of the hot springs? For the hot springs? Fantastic! Wow, you found 3 sources. I bet Audie's gonna be really pleased about that. Say, have you ever tried the hot springs here in Alma? There's a famous resort here. The springs are popular among explorers, too. I love the hot springs. Nothing is beating a good hot bath after I close the bar. You should relax it back and kick in the hot springs once in a while, too. Well, here's your reward. Nicely done. 3,000 instead of 2,000. I guess you get 500 bonus per extra hot spring. And no other quests. Now I can buy one thing. Which means we get another spade. And thus pass down the kunai down the line. And we can forge a little bit of the spade as well. And sell this. I should do more ocean exploration as well. I don't remember what I need to do on the ocean, but let's go to the ocean. Oh, you have some fish for me. So we still have not fought the boat. We could potentially attempt to fight a boat now. Maybe that would be worthwhile. We got the cannon. We could attempt to go shoot a red pirate. Whatever that means. Sauerkraut is still our most powerful nobility option. That's a sentence that you can say, I guess. So I think the red pirate is the one in the upper left. It's been a while since I went to Ocean. That is definitely not Red Pirate. That is the other pirate. Okay, that was a loss in terms of profit. So Red Pirate must be in the other court. Wait, oh, there's a gold because there's merchant ships, right? Forgot about that feature. Hey, get back here, you. Right, you still want topaz, which I don't have with me. I'd have to go get some. Isn't the other pirate down here? Are they gone now? Right, black pepper on the reef to the east. So that's one task I have left. Do I even... There's a chance that there's a pirate in the lower left. I'm looking for pirates at the moment. There's the dang pirate. Oh, that's not how you shoot them. How do you use the culverin then? Guess we'll find out. Maybe. Oh, there's a button. Y cannon. I see. The pirate ship is sunk. Out with a bang. Sunk a pirate ship with your cannon. I did it! Hooray! Maybe this does something for me. The pirate ship is back. It's only a temper. That's pointless then. That does nothing for me, in fact. Or at least it does very little. Maybe? There's a hidden reef nearby. Oh, right. I need a more durable ship to explore reefs, I guess. So I guess I can't find what Batavia is having trouble with. I could sail directly into a whirlpool and explode, though. That's not a great idea, but it is possible. I wonder if trading the topaz is required to get something good and cool and useful. Perhaps I should go get some topaz. Which I forget where you get that. I think that's stratum. Is that stratum 1 or 2 mining? That I'm not sure about. Okay. Is there a way for me to... I can probably check this. Oh, by the way, here's a fun fact. I've okay, it's this early in the list, so I think it's mining in stratum 1. It's here's a fun fact. I've already failed at getting the best ending, apparently. This is something I learned recently. Apparently, in order to get the best ending, I was meant to not lie to the Sonatus. I was supposed to immediately betray Olympia. which seems quite rude, to be honest. But I think it's probably for the best if I don't get the best ending on the first try, unless I like do it accidentally. I think it's probably good that oh, found a new item. It's probably good to just do whatever happens in the first run, and then eventually we'll like do a new game plus probably, and then do the true ending maybe, unless we have to do all paths. Wow, I do a lot of damage to these creatures now. There's a pass-around over there. Hold on. Okay, so Red Tail has probably like killed him quickly. You know, I don't know what I expected. Well, I can't get to that pass around now. I could do this though. Wait, that FOE got instant killed. Like, I understand it's an earlier game FOE, but Jackie just beheaded that hippo. Hold on. What does this mean? I'm a little concerned by this. No! Curses! Foiled again. There's like basically no reason for me to actually bother fighting these things, except that I think it's probably faster than running. Anyway, Topaz, please. I have to get a rare... No, I got some. It's not the rare one. Okay, now don't sell the Topaz. I'll keep all of it, even, just in case. Tail gloves. That's probably not very good. Yeah, it's an old item. That's not Topaz at all! You're a different merchant ship. You want green algae. Hmm. Can I can't use the menu. Dang it, I just wasted a bunch of dollars. So I need to hold on to Topaz, I guess. Or at least one Topaz. And then green algae is like take in Stratum 2, I think. I'm currently working under the assumption that it is possible that the merchant ships have something valuable for the ocean trading, or for the ocean situation, like a new option for the ship. Like, oh, thanks for the algae. We'll now reinforce your hull or whatever, which is an unusual trade, but not outside the realm of possibility. Yeah, algae's from this. Yeah, there it is. Okay, there's 2 merchants present now. One of whom I think is the Topaz Wanter, and the other one is an unknown factor, given the quadrant of the map that they're in. Hey, thanks, I'll trade you this for it. I'm sure you adventurers will appreciate it. The soldier removes his trade goods from his ship's hold and passes it over to your ship. Hey, we might cross paths again sometime. Let's do business again. Sailor returns to his cabin and sets sail for the next trading post on his itinerary. Okay, we get an MP heal for that, so that's... It's like, it's not the best thing I've ever seen in my life. Also, I forgot to mark a good portion of this map, it would seem. What do you want? By order of the king, I have something to ask of you. A foreign merchant ship has arrived in Ayutthaya damaged. It's undergoing repairs, but soldier falls silent and turns to look at the shipyard by the harbor. Ayutthaya's top shipwright is highly skilled, but prone to wandering off and is missing. That'll lead to give orders. The repairs are going slowly. We need the chief shipwright found. Well, yes, he does love sheep cheese. He might be out somewhere getting a bite. If this foreign ship's repairs take too long, it may become a diplomatic issue. We need him. So I might have to... Either I have to go to where I got the sheep cheese, or I have to get here with sheep cheese. Which I don't quite remember where that was. While sailing in search of unknown lands, you come to a rather large island. You can see orange-haired monkeys looking towards your ship in an amiable fashion. If you want to get closer to the monkeys, you could disembark and approach them. When you disembark, the monkeys don't run away. In fact, they run towards you. The monkeys have white faces with flat noses, and looking at them makes you smile. You spend a while playing with the monkeys and return to your ship. But once you board the ship, you're stunned at what you see. Other monkeys have snuck aboard and raided your food storage while you were on shore. Regretting that you left the ship unguarded, you return to the voyage with what little remains. Monkeys have sabotaged my boat. How dare they? So operating under the potential plan that I need to bring sheep cheese to there. I should be able to do that without too much trouble. Incorrect. Okay, so I need to go where the sheep were, which I might have labeled. It's probably like just one of these it's probably like here. I pressed the wrong button. Have I made it impossible to reach the sheep cheese? It's possible to oh right, no, this is the... It's possible the shipwright is here. Leaving the ship, you come across a giant of a man strolling among the flock of sheep. He takes a bite from the hunk of cheese in his hand and silently stares at you questioningly. This must be the chief shipwright. He nibbles on his cheese as you ask him to return to Ayataya. After you explain the situation, the man patiently finishes his cheese and suddenly stands up. You cannot help but flinch at his massive presence as he walks to your ship. Although he remains silent, it seems your words have reached him. Relieved, you set sail. He was on Cheese Island. The island where the cheese lives. As you disembark into Ayataya, a soldier approaches and begins speaking to you in a stern tone. Ah, you, I've been waiting for you. It seems you've returned with the chief shipwright. The repairs can now begin in earnest. Thank you for your efforts. Please take this. The soldier hands you a silver coin and an old book, then turns towards the shipwright. Let's go, sir. Everyone is waiting for you. There will be plenty of cheese later. The shipwright nods firmly and trots off to the shipyard. 500 EN coin and weapon tome 1. After hearing this, you board your ship and set sail from Ayataya's harbor. Well, I'm out of turns, but I can mark that there is a current here. Do you recall our talk from before about refitting your ship and thanks for reaching Ayataya? Well, a skilled carpenter arrived, but it sounded like there was going to be some sort of problem. But when I told him the order was from Almanac's ship, he got right to work. He's on the ship now. This should make your voyages even more comfortable. But if you're planning on passing through the strait near Ayataya towards the North Sea, you'll have to do something about the pirates who staked those waters as their own. Your ship has gained an extra equipment slot. Oh. The $500 coin was worth $500. Oh. That's not the ship upgrade I expected. Gun. Gun, please. Die. After a fierce exchange of cannon fire, the pirate ship is clearly unable to put up any resistance. You near the half-destroyed ship and hear the pirate captain begging for his life. You tell him that you'll spare him if he gives up his pirate ways. Overcome, he offers you a crate. The crate is covered with Eastern-looking characters and is filled with rock silver, a valuable metal. This money was probably looted from a merchant ship from the east. After watching the pirate ship limp away, you return to your voyage. Huh. Accursed apes of the Isles. Well, there's another pirate. I don't think I can, like, go here without running out of material. That's incorrect. Past the city of Ayutthaya, you slowly progress through a narrow trench surrounded by shoals. When you turn north and start to sail forward, you come across a pirate ship. Seems these pirates control the lane to the northern sea and will attack any who try to pass. With a cannon, you may be able to send their ship to the ocean floor and continue onward. But without one, it would be best if you did not provoke them and went to explore another region. Well, I have good news for you, video game. I've got a gun. Well, I can't progress very far, but I can blow up this pirate. Okay, that does spend a turn to fire the gun. So I clearly need to find a better food item, I guess, now. If you look over this way, we can see that there is seaweed here and here. And then a space. Or two. And there's also seaweed here. Okay, so like I can go up here, but I don't know if it benefits me. There was a time when the seas were not troubled by pirates. Back then, not everyone recognized the sea as the dangerous place that it is. But one man's rise to infamy and then to legend changed all that single-handedly. Jolly Roger began as a fisherman with a rapier, but by the end he had sacked cities across the world. Even after his death, the voices of those that feared him linger. Rumors of his ghostly ship attacking the living are not so far-fetched. I have the ability to buy a sword called the Jolly Roger, but I don't know if that's relevant. So I think... yeah. So I think the goal here... Well, first of all, I can give you the algae. I could really use some green algae. I'm always saying this. Yeah, alright. Just a healing item for that. Let's double check places we've been. Okay, that's one who I needed to give soil to, I believe. That's wrong. Kelp! Very excited about the kelp. Okay, I never figured out how to get over here. But that's because I have to get around the, like, super pirate ships. Traveling with the wind... Oh, right, yeah. This is a place I don't know how to reach. I don't think. Because there's super pirates in the way. Yeah. I believe I've gone... Yeah, I can always go back to Tortuga. I don't think there's anything over there. Because I think I already went back over there. Oh. I tried to get the giant fish and I exploded instead. Alright, fine. Very rude of you, fish. Wait. Oh, I can go around. Hold on. Not enough, though. I can get much closer. And there's still a death pirate over there. And this is my last chance to voyage. You recall finding a cannon here. Perhaps you'll come across something else this time, but the waves are tall and the water is shallow. You must not forget the danger present. Search the wreckage. You carefully navigate the area while keeping your ship safe from the hazards. You look hard, but there seems to be nothing here to find. Before you realize it, the sea begins getting rough. You decide it's too risky to remain. Okay, so there's nothing here. At least for now. There's a thing over here, but I would need to be able to get through the deadly reef in order to get to it, I assume. Keep pressing the wrong button. Oh, I didn't have enough provisions to fire my gun, so I just had to leave. Ah, well. What can I do in Ocean Quest? Can I fight the boat? Oh. Your voyage is going well? Good, I'd like a word with you about something. Do you have some time? In fact, it might even be to your benefit to hear me out. Thanks to you, trade ships are slowly filtering in, but pirates are taking advantage of that. The Senatus has stepped in to curb this pirate problem before it gets too out of hand. They've granted permission to skilled seafaring guilds to subjugate pirates on sight. This is the South Banner. With this flag hoisted, you may defeat pirates and impound their cargo. On top of the spoils you take, the Senatus will reward those who get rid of those wretched pirates. Perhaps you could bring back a tattered flag as proof of a pirate's defeat. Just be careful when hoisting this flag. You mark yourself as much prey as hunter. Okay. Pirates up! Yay! Cool. You can put that without having the gun if you want to really prank yourself. Is that a thing? I don't recognize this thing you've said, but I assume it's a letter giving you permission to shoot pirates with a gun. Speaking of pirates... Right, we only get 2. Ah. I guess that makes sense. We've tried this once before. Or at least twice before. I expect this to go poorly. Still. However, it might be funny. Or surprisingly doable. I don't know. You hate this stupid ghost ship? It does seem a little bit rude. Huh. It must give you a good material then, if you had to kill it 50 times with 5 buccaneers. I assume it gives a pirate-relevant prize. I forgot I had firearms. That actually made my attack worse. You know what? That's fair. Huh. Interesting. God, that does sound like a nightmare. Jackie, no! This seems doable. Ish. Yeah, definitely doable, actually. Hellfire is not the correct item, or limit, though. Seems to be resistant to fire. Now that you've told me there's a 10% drop, I tend to be a person who has an obnoxious rate of getting rare drops or rare occurrences to occur. Like in my Fire Emblem Echoes playthrough, I got a ridiculous number of critical hits, even though the rate was often lower than 10%. So I would say there's a decent chance of me immediately finding one of the rare drop that you're saying you had to fight 50 of these for. It would be a little bit funny, but I apologize in advance if that happens. Yeah. Even though the pirates are getting blown up. Jackie got the finishing blow. Okay, I got a ghost keel. That sounds like a regular drop. It's not golden. It's probably normal. As you and the pirates continue the fearless attacks, the ghost ship grows pale and finally fades away. Your cooperation has successfully defeated the ghost ship. Ignoring the pirates, who resume their drunken antics, you set sail towards the ocean city. Well done, everyone. It seems you defeated the ghost ship. Those cowardly marines have already resumed their investigation of Tortuga. In fact, they found this in the depths of the island, and they delivered it here. I'd like you to have it. I'm sure it's something you can handle. Ward spell 1. Is that a... No. Heck is that? Ship's skeleton. I mean, I guess. Oh, it's a limit. That makes sense. What's it do? Why was it word spell 1? Oh, Aegis defense. Nullify all physical damage to all allies at the start of the turn. Interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. I was just thrown off by it being labeled word spell 1, which sounds like not the naming scheme I would have expected. Helipolis. A crossbow with multiple bows that fires randomly, mowing down enemies. That sounds awesome. Too bad I can never use it. Aegis defense does sound pretty good. I don't know why I went here. I don't really need to heal that badly. Okay. All right, now let's do that one again to get a bonus. And then try the other variants of it. And then, if we can afford to, go to the island. This time, Amanita. I assume this will be something for Buccaneers that I won't be able to make much use of. However... Also, Amanita doesn't have an attack up order, but that's fine. Just rotate who I'm using guard order on to heal. When I need to, I mean. I want to get this out of my inventory, truthfully. I mean, I know I used it to kill a dragon or whatever, and it was really cool. However, realistically speaking, I'm not going to remember I have it. Should have bought more nectar, though. Maybe. Does that do like a weird percentage of damage sort of thing? I could also get the rare drop on purpose by using the formaldehyde, probably. If it counts as a conditional, but it might not. Well, I mean, the formaldehyde just gives you whatever. If it would have... That would work. But I don't think I would need it. Since I'm 5 farmers. Oh dear. This is suddenly going a little bit worse. Oh dear. Well, Jackie. Jackie? Well, okay, my evasion's down. That's a bit of a... That's more of a concern. Okay. You know what? That's fair. I need to gather more small flowers. I forgot that nectar was limited. Okay, here we go. That's quite funny, actually. While we're here, I might as well also do mining. Once I remember how to play the video game. It's very funny to, like, destroy these enemies so quickly. Speaking of... Yep, still funny. Well, there's the instant death on the Raging Tyrant again. This seems to suggest that perhaps certain FOEs are vulnerable to it. Maybe? Maybe. This does also remind me that there are some FOEs on Stratum 2 that I haven't been able to defeat yet. Also, I still have not found a way to unlock this box. I'm going out of my way to defeat the hippos just because I feel like it. And because they're worth a pretty decent amount of experience, actually. Enough for Jackie to get better at beheading people and creatures. And probably not a boat, but, you know, maybe. Guess I never had that before. Are there ever non-monster enemies in the game? Does the ghost ship count? Also, BRB for like 1 second. Okay, I'm back. So you mean like people enemies? In which case I will say yes, but say no more than that. I do happen to know that there are people that you can fight in some instances. Of course, by saying I will say no more, you can probably infer at least some of what I might mean. Such is the nature of language. I need more money and egg. So I should probably trade these spades around. Give them to whoever needs them at the moment. So here is my thought. This is perhaps a job best for the two sisters, since they both have good buffs and healing. Arguably, I could have saved that for when I had taken damage. Also, I guess neither of them have rotten egg, so there is that. Right, I can look at what the deal with Ghost Ship is. It is difficult to intercept. It hates ice, though. Okay, you can kill me instantly sometimes if you feel like it. Rotten Egg might have been a lot more important than I gave it credit for. Perhaps I'm getting to the point where, rather than being in reverse difficulty order, they're actually listed in difficulty order, because now, instead of, I get more tools from having more allies, I am actually missing some of my tools from having too many allies. Which is an unusual scenario. It would be funny if that means I did the most difficult one first. Yeah. In a way. This is going well, though. Just having two people in the front to do more damage is probably what helped more overall, and like being more consistent with the buffs and healing. Welcome back, everyone. That pirate who contracted you said things went smoothly. With that ghost ship out of the way, we could finally relax and enjoy our drinks. We owe you one. It's a true pirate leader right there. She had a real dignified attitude. Oh, that's right. She left you all a present. She said with this, you can sail with her anytime. Krasyanke Bo. Yeah, that makes sense. I know I can't use that. I don't know what that icon means. Limb. Is that like it has the ability to bind anything? Maybe? I don't know. Don't know what that means. Alright, so... And now the other versions of boat. You heard the rumor about Tortuga Island? They say there's a pirate's treasure hidden there. When it comes to treasure, I'm all in, but fighting, not so much. I've got a drinking buddy along for the ride, but we need an escort. Oh, we've seen these people as people we could talk to in the tavern. That's fun. They don't have buffs. That's probably a bad idea. Oh, probably, maybe it doesn't matter that much what I have equipped. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe I'll try this anyway. Well, yeah, it's fine actually. Your ships sail with the two adventurers in tow, and eventually you reach the Tortuga Island shore. Yada yada ship. Oh, Twitch just reconnected me to my own chat room. I wonder what that means. Hopefully everything's working okay. Wait, one of them's a farmer? I just saw scattered strange seeds. Toma's a farmer? I guess that's the drinking buddy in question. We do get the Lambert healing passive. So that's good. Because Lambert's got the best passive healing of anyone here. Toma's strange seeds are not doing anything, which is very accurate. Nilo. That's... Dessert is a sovereign? Is that a sovereign skill? Because I saw that on one of my skill trees. I was trying to remember where. It's not what I expected for some reason. I don't know what I expected. Yeah, also doing Protect Order to give health regen, I just noticed. Alright. Oh. That was sudden. That might be a good ability to pick up with one of my sovereigns. This does seem more difficult in a way, because we're definitely doing less damage. But having a sovereign along is pretty good support. It's very funny to see an NPC spamming strange seeds to cause no effect, though. Okay, they got the legs. I spoke too soon. Lambert's guard order is not very good, but still. Still helpful, probably. Yeah, for sure. Protect order is probably pretty good too. This is teaching me about what sovereign abilities I should probably pick up eventually. I have a ridiculous amount of health regen now, if Lambert isn't hurt. You know, I suppose this could give me something that's good for farmer or sovereign. Not that I'd be able to use the sovereign weapon, probably. But given the party composition. Wow, they actually used Amrita on me. Quite kind of them. I definitely do miss my attack buffs. I'm realizing how those are pretty effective. Thank you for teaching me so much about the game, Ghost Ship. I'm realizing and understanding so many things from our fighting. It's really quite educational. The strange seeds have done something one time. Granted, I don't know what level of strange seeds Toma has, but they're not super reliable. That's fine though. We win. Ghost Keel again. Thanks to the ferocious support, perhaps even the greed of the clients, you won the day. As the ghost ship fades into thin air, the two adventurers rush you into letting them disembark. You throw a rope ladder overboard with a wry smile, watching as the clients scramble to the shore. Uttering a silent prayer for their safety as they disappear into the thickets, you set sail once again. Well done, everyone. It seems you defeated the ghost ship. I have a message from your clients. Thanks to you guys, we're gonna find treasure. Once we find some, we'll make sure to show you. I guess they got a local Marine to deliver that message for them. They left this with the Marine too, saying it was a token of their gratitude for you. Toma's knife. Oh, we have knife. Is it good knife? No, it's bad knife. This knife sucks, actually. Dang it, Toma. And I know I wasn't supposed to, like, do this way earlier, because that ghost ship isn't a pushover. Wow. I could also have 5 TP. Thanks, Toma. And now... the final form of boat. I have new orders from my master and have come to find the jeweled branch of Horai. I hear it's hidden on Tortuga Island. I wish to fulfill my master's wishes at all costs. Therefore, I shall accept any help offered. Ah, right, ninja. Oh wait, I got some level ups, it's fine. I don't need to worry about that right this second. Alright, it's time for my favorite burst mode. Ship? Okay, Jackie does have Rotten Egg, but it's not like a very super strong version of it, so at least I have it, though. This is also a preview of ninja powers that I might be able to obtain. Whoa! This is a cool power to cut the music out? That's awesome. That got rid of the double, though. So that's one of the spend the doubles ones. I see. What if I used strange seeds? Would they do something if I did it? It'd be funny if that happened. No, of course not. Don't be silly. Uh-oh. Yeah, this rotten egg is notably worse. I don't know if that is the #1 source of the problem here. That does a lot of damage, though. I'm worried Kirikaze is going to get, like... Yeah, I was worried about this exact thing, where with Kirikaze being blasted after sacrificing her health. This ship is being extra aggressive in this particular variant for some reason. Maybe I really want that stronger egg. I've also been forgetting to buff more. So, you know, there is that. That does make me live more, relatively speaking. Stop spamming that. It's very mean. In this quest, we are learning the true value of an egg, though. For sure.
In extremely Wesker voice, you will give me an egg.
Indeed.
I'll be examining this.
He's examining the egg. Just to make sure that it's an egg. I know what you were hoping for, but still. Hell yeah. That attack is really cool. I don't know if Jackie will be picking that one up, but it's still really cool. Oh, Amanita died. I didn't even notice that somehow. Oops. Okay, didn't get the rare drop for any of the boat fights. As you and the ninja continue your fearless attacks, the ghost ship grows pale and finally fades away. In the throes of your celebration, the ninja disembarked in search of the Horai jewel she came for. However, she returned empty-handed, unable to find the gem her master was searching for. Still, you encourage the ninja to continue her search, knowing that if she does, she will find it. Welcome back, everyone. That ninja who contracted you said things went smoothly. I humbly thank you all from the very depths of my heart. She was a woman of few words, but she seemed very grateful for your assistance. Ah, yes. She also asked me to give this to you. She hoped you would accept it as a reward. Kirikaze Gi. Armor. A ninja's attire that Kirikaze had ready as a spare. Jackie, get ninja gear. Alright. Now to sail back to there, now that we've done all the quests there, and see if anything happens. In a moment. I need more flowers still. Good grief. That would be the best ending, yeah. I don't need to do oceanic quests right now. It's the wrong thing. I assume probably nothing then. The waves get bigger and bigger, pushing your ship aside as if consciously keeping you away. Your ship creaks alarmingly. You begin to fear that it may fall apart if you continue. You prudently decide to cancel your search and escape from this demonic patch of water. You manage to avoid running aground on the surrounding reefs and make it back to open water. If you stay here any longer, you might not survive. You quickly decide to leave. Okay, so there's multiple options for what happens if you go to Tortuga. Also, shooting it with a cannon doesn't do anything. Surprisingly enough. Alright. Is there anywhere else I can go here? So going back to Tortuga didn't accomplish anything. We accomplished stuff from going back to other places already. Perhaps there's simply something I have yet to see in a corner of the ocean. Where does this lead? We're going on an adventure. Navigating the currents between the intricately placed islands, you spot an odd isle up ahead. Large stones in the shape of human faces line the coast, staring into space with empty eyes. If you have the provisions for it, you can make your way towards the island. Interesting. It's just Moai heads. It's not really that creepy. These are a known extant thing. Oh, did you not notice that part? I mean, you can see them right there. All right, so... I don't think there's a way for me to get to this with the mast. Because if I go 2 spaces in this way, I die. If I go 2 spaces in this direction, I encounter nothing, but I cannot move only 1 space afterwards. I can get very close to this mysterious island. Wait, no, that's not quite correct. Oh, I've put this incorrectly. It's here. That explains a lot. So yeah, I can't quite get there. Hold on, let me look. So if I went there, yeah, I couldn't. If I run into this and go down one and go, oh, I think I could manage. Somehow. Ah, I'm glad you're back. Your voyages seem to be going well. Aren't you found an island with boulders that look like human heads? You know, I believe I've read about that place. It said a tribe with superior technology lived there. Apparently, they used it to create stone giants that they used as war machines. Okay, they're not just Moai heads anymore. From what I hear, the city that sunk during the calamity had very similar ancient methods. Seems worthy of an investigation. It'd be great if you could establish a route there. If we can send in Marines to check it out, we could get some answers. I wish you the best of luck. So, the pirate down there is consistent. It would seem. So I probably still want the culverin. Alright. So let's think about route planning. Let's see. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. What if I went 1, 2? That would be the same, basically. Well, now we have more turns because the pirate isn't in the way. So that's useful. There's some islands here. This could be something. It isn't. This is actually much easier than I thought. Except I wasted one turn. You just have to sail against the edge of the water. There we go. You have discovered Gradius Island. Dodging the swirling currents in between the islands, you reach the Isle of the Human-Faced Stones. Refusing to be cowed by their eerie stone stairs, you disembark to find a pit below the rocks. Looking inside, the pit is deeper than you'd thought and filled with the rest of the statue. Each stone face has a similar pit beneath it. To your surprise, they're all connected by tunnels. It seems these mysterious ruins, products of an older architecture, run throughout the island. You will need special equipment to explore further. You return to the ship to report back home. Welcome back, everyone. So you've reached the land of giants. It would seem those giants were used in past wars after all. The gigantic underground area you found seems to have been used as a sort of maintenance yard for them. Can you imagine what ancient battles were like with those things running wild on the field? Well, I'll put in a request to the Senatus to get some Marines to escort the historians there. If we can solve the riddles of that ancient technology, the city may reach new heights. Thanks for everything. Try taking this on your future voyages. Iron Naval Ram. Do we have a new oceanic quest? Yes, we do, but what's the ram do also? Seaweed sailing. Ah, I see, I see. Very interesting. Alright. Time to get blown up by a giant robot or whatever. The ruins of the giants are said to have been made before the Great Calamity. Previous explorers claim to have been attacked by stone giants. Historian pugilist. Hell yes. One man has been sent to destroy the statue. A princess traveling to find her knight in shining armor is going on a date here. And lastly, fortune-telling sisters are in a battle to figure out whose element is the most worthless. What? Okay. We've got a fantastic set of ridiculous nonsense here. Time to perish. I'm a fortune teller specializing in ice, but you know what? Ice sucks! It's so cold! My sisters and I argue all the time over whose element is more worthless, but I know I'm right. So please, come with me and let me prove to them once and for all that ice is the lamest element. Ruby, Sapphire, and Amber, that makes sense. Alright, sure. How do you prove a negative? That's a great question. Despite the three fortune tellers' foul moods, you finally reach the isle where the huge statue lies. The three sisters quickly disembark the ship, pushing each other as they charge recklessly forward. You pursue them into the ruins, but it's so dark that you can't tell where they are. At a loss for what to do, the ground suddenly begins to shake violently, probably throughout the island. Like three flares, a red, blue, and a yellow light illuminate the darkness. It seems to be a spell. In the glow of their spell, you see the three sisters fighting a hulking stone statue. There's no time to think. Hurry and join the battle. Golem has appeared. Golem certainly has appeared. Hello, friend. Okay, they all have more HP than I do, and they're wizards. I don't know how outclassed I am right now. Multi-hammer! Yeah, that hurt. They're all charging up. Struck weakness, struck weakness, struck weak... Girls, I think all of your elements are awesome, actually. I regret to inform you that your experiment here might not exactly work out in the way that you think it will. I did boost them. Oh, I see. They're also all fools. I understand now. Girls, I regret to inform you that I only have one nectar. Let's revive the ice one out of spite. Golem began to regenerate health. Great. Oh wait, Sapphire's lightning? Hold on. Have I been pranked actually? No, okay, Sapphire is ice. Okay, Golem is definitely a let's say out-pranking me severely. Yeah, Golem might not be a feasible battle at this time. Especially because I need to get more dang flowers for this dang nectar. Maybe I'll discover medium flowers and be able to purchase nectar too. Who can say? Let's destroy seaweed. I don't know what this will do to benefit me in any way. But, you know. I'm sorry? The ocean continue? Huh. Unexpected! The invigorating smell of salt water dancing in the air, you spot a city straight ahead. Around the exotic city lined with white brick buildings is a strong current preventing all passage. It'll be harder than it looks to reach the city. You note its coordinates and go on your way. You can see a pillar of light that pierces the sky, originating from the waters in front of you. There's nothing preventing you from navigating towards it if you wish to investigate. Oceanic Pull number 1 has been activated. This is called an Oceanic Pull. When you set sail next time, you may start your voyage from here. Using this allows you to expand the scope of your exploration, so keep it in mind. Also, it's going to be real... Never mind. I was about to say, in my hubris, that it'd be really easy to reach this city, actually. But it turns out that... not exactly. Okay, I would have been able to reach it if I had another. Welcome back, everyone. I hear you've discovered the marine city of Sheba. Only our histories tell of the trade we once enjoyed with that city now. Maybe you know already, but Sheba is ruled by a beautiful woman called the Queen of Ripples. The city flourished under her rule, but ever since the calamity, the strong currents have changed that. If a reliable route to Sheba or whatever could be found, we could pick up right where we left off. I understand the dangers of the task before you, but nevertheless, I'm counting on you. Ah, so you've discovered an oceanic pull. Those remnants of the ancient days are probably similar to the submagnetic pulls in the forest. It has the power to teleport the ship and its crew back to their home and back again. If you wish to explore the seas, give a nod to the ancient people of Amarode and make use of it. Second foothold. So the ocean is very large, it turns out. Carefully reading the flow of the currents, you reach the harbor of Sheba, city on the sea. You disembark and stand in awe of the vast city as a soldier comes running towards you. I bear a message from the Queen of Ripples. The soldier clears his throat and unravels a scroll of parchment. We welcome you from your long journey from Amarode. I am the ruler of Sheba, Queen of Ripples. After the calamity, a monster took control of the currents and has left us stranded here. We have longed to re-establish ties with Amarode, but the currents have prevented this. Yeah, they built their walls into the sea. I don't know how well that works. We would like to go and tell Amarode of our plight. Would you be a bridge between our cities? To show our appreciation, this messenger also bears a gift. It is frankincense, a specialty of ours that is an ingredient used in perfumes. The message ends here. I, too, beg you to reopen cultural exchange between here and Amarode. Having delivered the message, the soldier hands you a bag. It's filled with milky white resin. You swear to deliver the message in turn to Amarode and... You swear to deliver the message in turn to Amarode and leave the soldier to wave you goodbye. Obtained frankincense. Well done, everyone. You've successfully established a route to the city of Sheba. What? The Queen of Ripples wants to resume relations with Armorodes. Great news! I'll contact the Sonatas to make arrangements for a messenger immediately. In any case, I never thought there would be a gap in the currents around Sheba. Thanks for your hard work in making that long voyage. Here's a token of my appreciation. It's salt-cured meat. It tastes good and it's good for you. Take it along the next time you go. Okay. And this is probably more difficult. No, it's the previous one. Okay. So Golem is a prank after this. So the 100-year grudge. A hoplite from Armorode was summoned by the Queen of Sheba during the calamity. He fought and died, but now his descendant has sworn revenge. Fishy currents. The unique currents around the marine city attract many rare fish. The Ayataya fishermen decide it's time to answer the call. The weight of love. The Queen of Ripples is said to be beautiful beyond compare. A prince of a small country desires her hand in marriage, but must defeat a monster. I've heard the tale of the Queen of Ripples' beauty, and thus I've decided to marry her. She told my messenger that if I can present the head of the monster in their waters, she will accept. I summon forth all able-bodied warriors. If you wish to attend our wedding, aid me. Okay, we've got a new crew of people about. Amanita and Rusula are just like the most currently all-around useful set of people, I think. You set sail with the princely client and his retainers, reaching the epicenter of the sea currents. All of a sudden, the prince announces himself from the side of the ship with his retainers. As you watch dumbfounded, a black monster jumps from the sea as if to answer the prince's voice. That must be the sea monster that controls the currents, making the residents of Sheba suffer. You interrupt the prince's shouting to drag him into battle, charging with your weapons drawn. Kora Triangle and Bolt Striker. I see. Okay, we have a hoplite. We have the prince. And we have wizard. Understood. Amanita should have been in the back, but I wasn't really, like, thinking too elaborately about anything. It's funny that apparently I've never hit a weakness before, at least not in a way that would result in that sound effect. Maybe that's only if you're casting a spell, then? I should use Prevent Order. And also try this. Or I could die. That works too. All right. Try that again. Just a little bit. This time I will lead with Prevent Order. It occurs to me also that I still do not have any nectar. Okay, we got rid of the minions. That'll help. And you are demonstrably weak to fire. So firearms is actually quite good. Oh, firearms counts as a buff, so it's also a single target heal. That's fun. I did not consider this. Never mind. The creatures are back. Well, sort of. This doesn't seem like a practical fight at the moment. It might be technically possible. Also, I'm remembering that I don't have the eggs again. I feel like the eggs are very important, actually. Okay, we have a new creature, Nautilus. Okay, I think this creature is changing its element? Or something, maybe? Or maybe it was just never actually weak to fire. Oh, no, it's weak to fire now. So it is changing element around, I think. Maybe. Also, I have so much defense buff that I'm taking no damage as a result of everybody's combined defense buffs and whatnot. Does the Great Serpent of Ronka change element? Is that a known feature of the Great Serpent that I've forgotten about? Oh, I was thinking of the 14 serpent, not the 5 serpent. The Archaeo Avis. It does do that. That is a feature of it. It's not really the Great Serpent of Ronka, though. Battles going really long is extremely good for me? Is it? Maybe. That's true. At least with this set of NPCs, that's true. Regal Radiance seems pretty good, so I might want to invest in that with some sovereigns somewhere, potentially. They're yelling and hollering and screaming, though. That's not good for me. Or is it? Well, it's not really a major problem. That might be part of the joke. I guess I hadn't really considered it. Alright, so I think I'm going to be able to do at least this version of this earlier than I probably should. It might be a little bit early to declare this, but still. Last time Rita. Oh, the enemy's buffing fire resistance. I didn't catch that part the whole time. Also, I still need to invest stat points that I gained, I think. Wait, no, my special effects! I was using those. I didn't realize you were doing that, too. That is a little bit rude. Uh-oh. It's fine. No, my special effects again. They're not going to use Amrita on me at any point, are they? Only on each other? Uh-oh. Ah, no! I died at the end because I wasn't trying enough and I ran out of healing items and stuff. Well, okay. I'll get back to that one. But that is fairly doable at this time. Especially if I actually... Oh wait, I'm allowed to go to the Molten Caves from here now because I got the magnetic pole. I just noticed that. Okay, so you don't have to go through the entire set of menus every time. Once I get everyone a little bit, like, better equipment and stuff, maybe then I can reliably do the ocean quests a bit more. But I did do a lot of them. I did get pretty far along in that one, also. So I'm pretty close to that one. Or at least one variant of it. Right. I didn't finish exploring the star doors because I can't really. I need equipment for that because the golden idol enemy in there resists everything that I do. Well, it resists blunt damage. I have no reason to be going out of my way to delete these lizards, honestly. I'm doing it anyway, though. I guess it's easy experience. And, like, decent money, because the FOE drops are always worth a little bit. Wait a second. There's a treasure there that I never got. I missed a sneaker. It's probably not going to be anything super useful at this point. But still. Oh, I missed many sneaker. The multi-sneaker. Medora. A bind cure, I believe. And another locked one. Whoop. So there's gonna be like a key for treasure chests at some point, I assume. So we've got multiple locked ones that exist. I don't have space for items. Yeah, okay, the lizard crests are still worth 100. That's not bad. Now I can buy more nectar. A little bit. Yeah, there's a Jolly Roger. Naval Ram. Yeah, that must be what the rare drop from the boat makes. That makes sense. Spade. I need more eggshell pieces. Let's see if we can fight the FOEs in Stratum 2 that I didn't get rid of. Like, I know I can fight the Abyssal Death, and that's easy enough. I also still don't know how to get to this dang secret place down here. Oh. Well, I found an ebony liver. Still a dang mystery there. See if I can fight the circling fish, maybe. And also look around for some stuff. Maybe finally solve a mystery. Oh, they drop small flowers. I forgot. That was a moon door, I think. Yep, it was moon again. I see a Passaran over there. I'm sure this will go well. Especially since the other ones will join in very soon. And that was barely any damage. This is why I wonder about these fish and how reasonable fighting them is. Okay, they take a decent amount of damage, actually. And they do that, which is a little bit worrisome. Okay, this isn't too bad at all, actually. Reminder that the post that I found suggested that you wouldn't be able to defeat the FOEs from Stratum 1 until you reached Stratum 3. Or rather, that you shouldn't attempt to defeat them. Perhaps both. And I've defeated an FOE in Stratum 3. So, you know. It would appear so. Till issue? God. That's a heck of a... Oh, I've been cursed. So I don't know what that does. Hold on. What does curse do? Hold on. What is status effect? Curse. Receive damage worth half the damage you just dealt. Oh. Well, that's bad now. Things are bad now, suddenly. Maybe that wears off? Took him a while to even try something like that. Oh yeah, it does wear off. Okay, it's fine. That just means I have to pause for a second. I got 1 scale from this. 37,000 experience, though. That's pretty good. Seven out of 10 beheading. Anyway, how about those other fish that are in here? I forgot to heal my MP, which might be important to do. I level that up enough, I wonder if it'd be a decent, like, just AoE damage option, generally. Hooray. Fish deleted. Well, fish on this part of the floor anyway. If there are secrets, they still elude me. For now. Do I have a tent? No. Let's go back to Labyrinth 3 again. I'd like to collect more eggshell pieces. That was not the stairs down, that was the stairs up. Hey, red iron scale. I'm just sort of running around this floor arbitrarily now. Hey, everyone's like caught up with the levels they were before resting. I'll deal with the worms later. I can probably fight them once I get better equipment. One of the instruments in this song is making me think about Phantasy Star Online. The boing. That's not how it sounds. The boing. That's better. It's like similar to some PSO type music. Oh. Oops. I don't still have double crop, right? Hmm? Oh, I thought I saw something. Okay, we're obtaining plenty of eggshell piece. Thank you for allowing me to map that corridor, worm. Caster's coat is something we can now observe existing. I desire yet more egg. And money. I'll also take experience points. Oop. I wonder how useful Petrify is. I think what I want to focus on after I finish the instant death strike might be like the evasiveness of Jackie. But Petrify could be really useful, for all I know. My absurd healing means I can auto-battle through a lot more than I could, since the healing has improved greatly in recent times. It's the month of Ouroboros, apparently. That was probably true before. Oh, I can soak in the hot spring. Everyone recovers 50 health. I don't ever need that. I didn't expect to actually be able to use the hot spring. Yeah, that sounds close-ish to the end of the year. I don't know if that has any impact on anything. But yeah, Almanac's been at this for a while. They were taking their time, especially at the start. I don't know, like, what speed you're expected to go at. Ah, yeah, that makes sense. Why am I avoiding the lava? Anyway, what's in here? New territory. I think there's a lot of lava in here. My items are full. But there is a chopping point here to mark. As you cross the scorching hall towards the southeast door. Now hold on, I have to paint. A figure appears before you. Your duty is to meet with the eldest one in the Hall of Conviction. Olympia points out a rocky wall to the north beyond the scorching ground. The room in the center of this path is the Hall of Conviction, your destination. Proceed. Olympia stands before the door, blocking your passage. It seems that your first priority should be to meet with the eldest one of the Deep Ones. Well, sorry, Olympia, I didn't know that this was... Look, I kind of got lost in the farming and forgot what I was doing. But also, I didn't know the way. Beast Bell? What the heck is that? Increase the encounter rate. Eh... Seems pretty unnecessary, if you ask me. There's also a cool hat. I didn't need to rest at the end, really, but whatever. Yeah, okay, this just goes directly to the magnetic pole if you access it from here. Wait a minute! First of all, wrong door. Again. Secondly, I saw Passaran 3 on the map ever so briefly, but I've squandered it. Darn. Not that I've been able to defeat Passaran 2, so... Yeah. This is a large floor. Yeah, it's those sounds that are happening in the music right now that are making me think PSO a little bit. There are many ants, suddenly. Is this the door that I'm meant to enter? Maybe. You tread the scorching floors of the large hall and enter a small room where Olympia waits. You are here. This is the Hall of Conviction, where the Deep One's god is imprisoned in seclusion. Olympia points to the door behind you and moves on. It seems the intense heat affects her little. Beyond this special door is the Hall of Conviction and the Deep One. Have a care. Olympia then produces a key and uses it to open the door before you. Oh, you have the moon key. As you enter the door, through the small room, a small figure stares at you from the corner. So Olympia has the moon key, but also figure. It appears human, yet aspects of it are clearly other. Ah, I see. This is where the Zora are at. It looks somewhat like a young boy, but its crimson eyes glow eerily as they gaze at you. How long it's been since I last supped. It's an indistinct hoarse voice, but as it mutters, you feel an intense sensation of menace. In an instant, monsters appear from nowhere at the child's feet and fall upon you. Deep Lady and Deep One. I see. It's an interesting aesthetic, to be sure. So, Deep One is weak to sleep. And attempts to cover Deep Lady. Also, their resistances went up. Which does matter a little. Zone Icicle. Diselement is the name of that also. Maybe I'm supposed to fight Deep One first. I don't know. Oh, they're gonna counterattack. Oh, I put both of them to sleep. Okay, Jackie should be using the sleep knives. They seem especially sleepy. They like deep sleep, perhaps. Is this anything? What if I counter your... Yeah, basically. I might want to put more points into Ninpo daggers, honestly. And I think I should be focusing on the lady a little bit because... well... my thought got erased by taking 1 billion damage. Because the Deep One tries to counter, is what I was going for. Oop. I think I just accidentally used two, yeah. It's fine. If they wouldn't just like hit everybody repeatedly, maybe that's the counter because I'm doing the thing, but still, if they wouldn't just like blast everybody all at once at the same time, this might be more manageable. However, they're doing some bullshit. You didn't even counter anything! So it doesn't matter if you counter or not. You just kill unavoidably. Alright, alright. This fight seems like it's baloney. Like extreme baloney bullshit nonsense. Oh no, it's made me swear even. What do you do? Not be farmers, I guess? The counter is a mistranslation. Oh, that's deliberately a follow-up? I'm not sure if that's worse or better, because I don't know if you can counter that, unless, like, interrupting it. Unless you can interrupt by hitting it or something. Seems bad. Well, I mean, that's easier said than done. I somehow doubt that that's possible. Also, by the looks of things, I can't activate this shortcut yet. Or maybe I can? No. Or, you know, that could happen, I guess. That'll probably do something. Okay, I think I found what they wanted me to do if it's this effective. If the game seems like it's doing some nonsense, you gotta do some nonsense right back at it. So it would seem. Of course, we have to hope this works again. Which it might not. And we get this happening now. Got your legs. You're doing this again immediately? Okay, so now I die. I don't have a reliable way of inflicting headbind, so I can't win, is what it seems like. I think this is the first bad fight in the game. This is the first bad design. At least, maybe. Unless I'm missing something. Time to grind for money and equip everyone over the next 5 hours. I don't even know if it's damage output. Like, it's one of those moments where it's like, here's a big windup that's gonna kill ya! And like, normally in game design, when that happens, that means that you have to find a way to stop it. And it seems like there's only one very specific way to stop it. Or two if you include killing them before they can do anything at all. Because they can just do that whenever. Apparently. Oh, well, whatever. Abyssal Death is vulnerable to instant death. I guess I could spam Ice Wall. That could also be something. Also, I should take into account that me decrying something as bad game design is occurring when I'm playing the game in a way that's definitely not the intent of the designers. So I guess I'm not allowed to really say that too much. Maybe. Well, that's something. The idea that I need like 8 more levels to win is still kind of funny though. Still kind of wacky. Still a little bit silly. Oh, there is an immunity icon. Okay. So you're completely immune to bind. Good to know. I don't have great ways to deal with attacks that hit my entire party. Still. So I need to get that HP regen, maybe. Maybe that would help. The whatever it is order. I guess there's not really a reason to fight these. I could try the guard Aegis thing too, but I can't anticipate when that particular move is going to happen, so it does reduce the usefulness of that idea a little bit. New shoes. They're okay, I guess. You know, I could also... Oh wait, the only talisman I don't have as far as elemental defense goes is ice. What a coincidence. Never mind. I think I just need to grind. I think that's like the solution that's available to me. Is I need to grind, I need to get money, and I need to get better equipment. I need to get pieces that allow me to upgrade my equipment. I need to get more experience points in order to get more ice guard or whatever. Ice wall. I think that's all I can really do. I did, and I'm already like over leveled for what the game expects from me right now as far as level goes, I think. Probably. Money is actually what I'm having the most problem with, which is not what I expected from Farmer. Like I got a lot of there was like a point in the middle of what we've done so far where I was getting a lot of money. But now I'm like way underfunded for what the game wants me to pay for equipment. I can't even imagine doing this like without farmers at all, as far as like funding goes. I might need to put points in harvest so that I can get more, but yeah, that makes sense. I might need to put some points into harvest so I can gather more at once, but also my inventory is always full of consumables, so I don't know how much I'd be able to carry. So I'm not sure if that's actually a good idea or not. That's a lot of eggs. Oh, you can do a comparison. I didn't realize that. To be clear, by the way, I'm not like super upset right now. I'm just a little quiet, that's all. I was a little upset during the fight because it seemed like I couldn't see any obvious solutions. And maybe I'm a little miffed that I have to suddenly like just get... It seems like I just kind of have to grind. How does this work exactly? Did the FOEs move? They sure did. Okay, they move when I'm in a fight if it's during the day. Now we know. For sure. I guess this is another form of farming. We haven't found any mining points in this stratum yet. I don't think. I'm just doing like a lap around the floor, I guess. I need to ensure I have like 1 billion eggshell pieces. I haven't even gotten to the armor that I also would like to buy yet, probably. I'm just trying to get the weapons out of the way. Do the other Etrian Odysseys demand more or less of your in-game wallet, I wonder? As someone who hasn't played a lot of them, or like, who is, need I remind you, for some reason, doing her first full playthrough of this game with 5 farmers, I don't know a lot about, like, the differences between the games. I don't know if money is, like, way more important or less important or easier to get or whatever. You feel like they try to keep it consistently tight? I feel like it's a little bit too tight, maybe. Especially since I have money-making team, but I don't make any money with it. I probably do need to put like a point in harvest for everybody. Perhaps there's something I'm missing. Probably not. Not at least in terms of money making. Still kind of funny to see a Stegosaurus get obliterated immediately. How do you tell that the eggs are hostile? The game tells you that they're hostile. One of them hatched for once. I see. Well, apparently if they hatch, they just kill you. And nectar is now super valuable because it's annoying to get more of. But I'm gonna use it anyway. Because it's cheaper. Another new form of shoe. Yeah, I wonder... I do have a slashing weapon on everybody at this point. Maybe I could try to do the star door over here. Since I'll do a little bit more than 1 damage. It might be relatively possible. Especially since I have Prevent Order. Okay, I'm still mostly doing 1 damage. Okay, Prevent Order cancels out. So I have to be constantly applying it. Or rather, it's canceled by an attempted status ailment. I should have seen this one coming. So if the enemy chooses to spam Petrify, I cannot win. Potentially. I can cure Petrify with that, though. Which I should have more of if I'm trying to fight this thing. I only had 1 of it? Why am I like this? I assume I can't run. I might be able to get Protect Order on more than one person as well. Okay, I am allowed to run this time. However, Ramsey is petrified, so I can't leave. Normally. Screaming internally. Ramsey still gets experience while petrified, at least. Also, I still did, like, almost no damage to that thing. Like, I did some damage when I was using... Or Jackie did some damage with ice. So it's, like... One solution would be to put ice on everybody, but also... The game clearly expects you to be able to do anything other than, you know, use farmers. So... Also, there's no way around that enemy, so it has to be killed. Ice jars have not been very useful, so... I could use ice arms also, I guess. I have some options. I have no money. Into the mines with me. I don't know what happens if you use, like, the ice arms thing to add elemental ice to someone who already has a different element. I don't know if the game just, like, denies you if you try to do that. I don't know if there's some strange mathematical interaction. It's a mystery. I don't know what I'm doing. Give me one more fight so Jackie can level. Maximum beheading! Yay! I feel like you should totally be able to look at monsters you've run away from here. I mean, I guess I get why they won't let you do that. Why is the mother dragon up here in the list, whereas the scaled dragon is down here? How odd. Well, I guess this is where we're calling it for today. Went a little bit over the usual amount of time on account of, I guess I have to grind? I don't know. This probably seems like something where I'll have to do some amount of grinding off camera, but I don't want to do like too much off camera in general. Also, I had considered, I should mention, today's stream was almost Monster Hunter World, so that'll probably be the other thing I get to for the sake of variety, so maybe expect that next week? Maybe don't expect, but maybe, like, expect the possibility, perhaps. In any case, thank you all for watching. This has been Etrian Odyssey 3 with only farmers. We've hit a wall of some kind for the first time, like a real stumper. I just have to get, I think I just need to get equipment. So I think I'll be like farming for a bit, and that's all there is to it. The fight's a real difficulty spike. Yeah. It's good to know that it's like that normally and not just for Farm Squad. Or at least I assume. In any case, yes, thank you all for watching. I hope you have a good rest of your day and or night, and I will see you all on the next stream. Whenever that may be and whatever that may be. Good night, everyone.